Hi. Alright, that was an easy fix. So here we are, staring at a blank canvas as usual, as is customary lately. I'm actually going to be just using this as a way to mess around with the layout of a map while trying to improve this tile set. So even though we're staring at the editor right now, we're actually not going to be staring at that editor. We are probably going to mostly be focused on wiping evidence of TISM from our hard drive, but also playing around with the tile set changes that have recently happened to PyTILE from Veek. However, it's kind of a misnomer because they're not quite done yet. Veek is currently working on them right now as we speak. So I have this open, but I can't really use it right now. The changes are a complete overhaul of painting mini-tile flags. Now, in the current publicly available version that isn't related to Veek, you can left-click to fill, or sorry, left-click to paint, and then when you right-click, it fills. In Veek's version currently, you left-click and... Oh, I guess I have the old version running because it's still using the master build. So in this version instead, if we were to open up the same tile set, we'll see that we can right-click or left-click, and then otherwise control right-click or control left-click to fill, which is a little bit takes some getting used to. However, one of the issues is like I have to hold a key and select something and right-click instead of just being able to select something and then right-click. So that's obviously... It's not a huge regression, but it does add a bit more dexterity required to pull off the same maneuver that you didn't have to have as much dexterity to pull off before. And so I petitioned Veek to change it even further so that we actually have the megatile flags on this area, like in this preview, as well as like a 2x zoom toggle that will zoom in and allow us to actually see the flags, basically. Because I'm not sure that this is a double zoom. It might be exactly double zoom, actually. But either way, we can fit way more of them in the main window than we can in this one area where it only previews one. And we don't have to click around. You know, at best we have to scroll. So maybe like we can do control down or up or whatever, can scroll the main window or something. Or some function like that. Obviously we can just do this as well. With the scroll bar. Or the middle mouse button scroll wheel. That being said, that's all an option, right? And so that's where we're going to go. And that's going to vastly improve the ability and speed for developers to paint accurate, keyword accurate, tiling flags on their mega tiles. Or on their mini tiles, I suppose. And the reason why I say accurate is because it will also allow you to toggle on a preview. Because you'll be toggling on the ability to show the mega tile flags or whatever. Like there's basically like a whole new field down here that says like toggle 2x zoom, toggle mini tile painting, and then I think there was like some other option that he added. And so the idea is you'll actually be able to see like, oh, did I forget to get a block? Because it'll all be there in the preview. And odds are you just won't forget a block because it's not like you're doing it blind and then previewing. You're doing it while you see the whole preview. So we might end up, you know, needing to make some changes to the system depending on how it works today on stream, but that's what I'm very excited about, as an example. The other thing that Veek did add was related to height. So left click will paint red, middle click will paint yellow, which is the highest, and right click will paint medium, orange, red being the lowest possible value or whatever. And so what this means is that for height, you know, I know that, for example, this is all supposed to be... These ramps are meant to be, like, on the higher ground, starting on medium ground, leading up to high ground. So I can do something like right-click or control middle-click, or I should be able to do it. Doesn't seem like it works. But, I can middle-click these, and then I would be able to do the same thing over here. In this case, I can just Control-Shift-H to write it to all of them. But as time goes on, like, this means that I can just do, right-click, and then middle click. It's a little hard for me to do middle click, I will say, but obviously it's way more convenient to do this than the rest of this shit. So, we're testing UI improvements basically. The goal is to reduce the amount of silliness that you have to worry about as a developer. And once the control middle click thing, I'm actually curious. It doesn't seem to work for anything when you're holding control for height. So that seems like that option was only turned on probably by mistake. It was not applied to the height values. But obviously Vik is working on something completely different now. Anyway, so it's kind of a moot point now. But yeah, that's where we are. So we've already seen some pretty stark improvements in that sense. So I'm happy to report that we have managed to get somewhere. Managed to do something extraordinary. Or Vik managed to, anyway. He's just implementing some of my ideas and some of his own ideas, fixing some crashes that myself and DF have documented. And, yeah. Pretty cool. If you ask me. And that's where we are. Hey, I used this theme for the Kenyans, I think, a while ago. Was it Kenyans? I honestly don't remember. I guess I could just Control-Shift-H this. But yeah, as you can see, with the obvious caveat that I'm not able to fill anymore, so it is taking a little bit of time here. It's much more convenient for me to paint the various height flags that exist, because I don't actually have to click a drop-down bar, right? I even postulated that it would be nice to be able to like toggle through by hitting H a few more times. Back in the day, when PQ is still around, I may not have even voiced this particular concern to him, but I remember thinking, like, you know, give us something, give us something that works as far as that is concerned. And well, based on our history, we know that that didn't happen. But, you know, now we got Vik to do it. It's epic. Happy to see that. Actually check in on him. I like how it turned from COVID to Corvid to Crovid. Aw, shit. Fuel lid. Isn't that like a synonym for losing your mind? Is like something about lids? I don't remember. Taking the lid off? I don't know. What is that? There's some saying, some idiom, I think, in English. Something to do with lids. Anyway, the reason why I had Photoshop open, I was actually doing something before all this, was I am actually planning on slapping together some changes to the various desert tiles. So I was in the middle of actually working on some desert stuff. I'm honestly not feeling the desert climate right now. Like I don't actually want to make a desert map per se, but Vik's tileset changes will make it like, or PyTILE changes will make it presumably much easier for me to actually paint stuff, and I want to test it on stream anyway for him. So I figure I might as well actually generate some assets that need to be painted over. So that is my theory anyway. And that is why the title of this stream today, if you're watching it before the VOD, is Man versus tileset. As if it needs to be explained. But maybe it does, I don't know. I don't know you. Holy lag. So the other thing that I wanted to point out is that, I guess I can do this more suitably through the tileset file. But if you look at the... Eventually we'll get there. If you look at the cliffs that I currently have implemented, one of the reasons why I'm redoing them, beyond inconsistencies that won't exist in the current pipeline, related to the fact that I can copy and paste the masking, and before I knew that, I made this. So, like, for example, this tile is supposed to be the same as one of these tiles. I don't remember which one. There's, like, a few tiles that are supposed to be identical to each other. And the idea is... I didn't paint them identically because I didn't copy and paste the mask. Now I can do that. The other thing, though, is that this is before I did masking on the upper part. And so what I actually did here is super lazy in retrospect. I just took all of the pixels that were on the upper part of the cliff, and I did the same color remapping that I would do, or that I did do to the center tiles. The problem is that ended up making it look... maybe there was something off with the color profile that I selected, or maybe this process just doesn't work for that particular case. But either way, it resulted in, for one, a lot of veritable artifacting, which is a little actually difficult to preview here from such a low resolution. You can kind of see it on this window here. I think maybe there's like some option that I can do to... I think if I just go to mini tile. Yeah, so this gets rid of the UI. So you can actually see that there's like a bunch of pixels, a bunch of artifacting over here that looks like... they were stretched up or whatever, and that is something that I just find inexcusable, and it obviously isn't in the original image. And so my, obviously since that, I think right after I made that tile, the very next cliff tile that I ended up making was for ice, and that was when I experimented with the snow cliff having a mask on the upper part and on the lower part, which has now become the de facto way to make these kinds of tiles. And so in the future, i.e. whenever I work on this again, assuming it's today or later or whatever, I will basically be going through and masking out the upper part of the cliff in a separate layer. Like, I'll mask it out in the main layer or whatever, but then there's like a layer over here for upper and a layer over here for lower, and so on and so forth. So the idea being, we will actually have the highest point of the upper tile will actually be showing through, and so that means that instead of recoloring it and calling it a day, I can actually just put anything over there, and then obviously I'll have to adjust the texture in like a manual sense or whatever after the fact with like another polish layer with depth or with some other dummy layer from like the original tile, like putting sand on it or something if I wanted to do a sand dunes cliff. But that will be possible, and it wasn't possible before this method, so... obviously, that's not like that's kind of old news in terms of when I developed that technique, but that's an explanation of why I need to redo this in the first place. Why I'm redoing it now as far as the masking goes, and I couldn't actually really tell you that. I didn't really aggressively audit the original PSD file. I just figured it would be quicker. It might not actually end up being quicker, but it's okay. I'll still do it. Because I'm actually almost done. Once I do the outer corners, obviously the inner corners don't need to be done. I guess the upper masking does, but the lower masking doesn't need to be done. Then I can hit the lower masking of all of this and selectively copy and paste the upper masking as well after I do that. And so like the first pass is basically, it's not so far off. What's up, Veek? 3 Yo's indeed, and then 1 Oi. How are those tile set changes coming along? Those PyTILE changes. I was just talking to everybody about how your stuff was. Wait, is this the one that I? No, what was this one? I was just talking to everybody and explaining the state of affairs and how we have an epic set of changes coming up. So I'm very excited about those. Oh wow, so you're actually pretty pretty close to being done then. I did find out, by the way, that your fill command by holding control does not work for height. It only seems to work for it only works for walkability. I mean, I haven't tested the other ones. I'm assuming those also work, but... At least not in the version I have. Maybe you've already fixed it. But... I'll just seal that off. That's fine. Another thing I'm really hoping that will come as a result of all of the changes to the pipeline is I'm really hoping that we'll get to the point where we're able to copy and paste, more or less. Like select mega tiles like I'm doing now, but group select them, and Control-C, Control-V, and then have some hotkey that mirrors them. I think that would be great. Oh. It's trying to paste my clipboard. What the fuck? It's trying to paste what I have copy-pasted. That's funny. I thought I crashed again. I should probably save as a result of that. It's a nice reminder. A better reminder than I normally get. I normally just get crash, idiot. That's my usual reminder anyway. But yeah, I'm mostly just getting used to the new system that you put together for painting stuff right now. You accidentally removed it? Okay. As long as it wasn't something insanely, like, oh shit, another crazy bug. Cool. Sorry to distract you while you work. Not my intention. I don't know why Photoshop is lagging like that. That is insane. I'm gonna check my system real quick, see what's going on. Something might be taking a lot of juice for no reason. That's unbuildable while I'm at it. Which reminds me, actually, my Ashworld melee map is pretty much... I mean, obviously it needs decoration, which I haven't gotten around to doing. But... I think this is medium height, judging by the subtile. Oh my god. I have to do this. Alright, I'll just wait until you're done with your other stuff. Go back to unbuildabling everything. I wonder why it takes forever to save, too. Like, it took forever to save on the master commit as well. So it's not really... It's not likely to be anything that you put together specifically. I am going to get rid of these, because there's no reason for them to be there. I guess in the BMPs I should also get rid of those pixels, or those blocks, just in case. I don't really want these cliff doodads to occupy any more unbuildability. Like, create any more unbuildable space. Than they absolutely need to. In this case, it's not like there's any detail or whatever that I'm losing by doing this, so. It will make painting them, or copying and pasting them a little bit annoying. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to using the changes that you put together, because I can only imagine that they are epic. One thing that would be really nice for SEM Draft is an option to not copy, like under where you see where it's like copy, cut, paste. If there is an option that said include null tiles, and you could turn that off, and then in the tileset painter, when you're grabbing stuff like this, if it would just not include the null tile at the top right, the 2 null tiles there, I think that would be so fucking nice to have. Now that I'm thinking about things that can be improved. The problem is I don't really have a good line of communication with SI. He doesn't respond to my pings. Maybe he'll respond to DMs? I can send him a DM now. Oh boy, some Vietnamese man has joined. I can only go downhill from here. If he is who I think he is. There's 2 Vietnamese people I've known of in my time traveling through Starcraft's community. One of them was named Mark. And no, not Todd, just Mark. And he made an insane tribute campaign to Mesk for a campaign contest, which involved you microing a Marine across a 256 by 256 map in the first mission. I think what happened as well is that your Marine is Mesk. Mesk breaks his penis to kill a supply depot that's got him stuck, and then says, oh shit, now I have, 1 minute to live or something. It wasn't 1 minute, but it was like, now I have a reduced lifespan because my penis is broken. So, like, you have to go and rescue, like, you have to give him a new penis, basically, or something. Like, that was it. A wacky enough premise. Like, okay, you got me there. And then I have to right-click across that 256 by 256 map with a Marine. No, I don't think so. Oh, he just wants technical help. Age 25. Love StarCraft. Well, I sent him a screenshot and of what I was meaning and a feature request as a DM. Hopefully he responds to it. I feel like I did link the MTL resources, but maybe I did not. Yeah, it's literally in the RS starter. Wait, hold on. Just give me the old painting tool back. Or snipping tool. There you go. Strange, polite man. Alright, so what is my goal now? What am I doing now? I guess I'm not doing that. Oh. I hit that button again and it crashed. I mean, I saved, so it doesn't really matter in this case, but... What is that button? Oh, I'm hitting the copy Control-Shift-C button underneath copy megatile flags, and it's crashing. That's cool. I sent you this crash log earlier. I don't know if you need it again. It's line 1537. Alright, so let's fuck off out of here. This doesn't appear to have done anything differently. I'm not sure what the whole stretch skew thing is. Well, maybe there's some information on this stuff on SI's page. Alright, I was going to look for... what was eating up so much RAM? Apparently, Explorer is eating up 1 GB of RAM. Why would Windows Explorer be eating up 1 GB of RAM? Guess we'll close this for now. Close this, reopen this. Hold on. So we will put... Why? Alright. Yeah, I have no idea why a gigabyte of RAM would be being eaten up in essence. Oh, sorry, that's just how much it's got in its private set. Its working set is half a gig, which is much more recent. Because I was trying to figure out why there was so much shit, so much lag with Photoshop. Huh. Ripcord hasn't received any updates in a while. I was just making sure that my, that everything was still the way that it was deliberately. I'm actually not able to find an active version of what we're looking at here, unfortunately. Yeah, I just grabbed it, thanks. Thinking. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the yeah, it doesn't look like any of the example stuff is working, so looks like I just copied the I like that the file association was set. Plays twice. That's excellent. Oh, did I not? That's very strange. Oh, it's working now. Oh, I can't zoom in yet, unfortunately. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue. Oh, the UI disappears for some reason. It's below a certain group. It gets deleted. Because of the UI refactoring after certain hard-coded areas, I think. It gets removed, is what I'm telling you. It also doesn't seem to update. I would say paint mini tile flags should probably have a hotkey as well as showing them. Not sure what that hotkey should be though. Listen. The UI vanishes because the UI changes when you go to the doodad section. So you don't have a case for this UI in the changed area. Yeah. Also, I am still painting null tile, just so you know, when I click on it. Should probably disable that. Yeah, holy shit. You weren't kidding about it not being very accurate. It also doesn't seem to update unless you click on it again. Some roughness around the edges here. What the fuck? Yeah, we're still working on being more precise, but this is way better already than what we were dealing with before. Once it's more precise, it's apparently, yeah, it's apparently not very precise right now. I'm not sure what's up with that. I think it's because it's not scrolling accurately or something, so if I like reset the scroll, it should work. Never mind. I don't know what's happening. But, again, it'll be epic. When it works very well. Dude, why? Dude, how? What did Blizzard do? Man, I forgot how fucked up these tiles were. Holy shit. I don't know what you mean. You mean you don't want it to allow you to paint? Because I want it to allow you to paint. I think it's great that you can do that. Isn't this supposed to be on high ground or medium ground? What the fuck? What the No. This is the vanilla tile set. You can't do that. No? Dude, Blizzard really fucked up with these. Or, sorry, whoever Blizzard outsourced Starcraft Brood War to really fucked up with these. Holy moly. Can't believe my eyes. Casual 8-second save time. I can't believe you keep linking me to Imgur instead of pasting the fucking image. I also sent SI a request for a feature that would remove the what's it called? It would remove the necessity for a lot of stuff. Would remove the so you know how when you're like selecting a doodad or whatever, like this, and it's black on, it's got those null tiles. I requested an option to turn off the null tile copying. I'm hoping that that works out. Well enough. Right. Well, it'll just be easier and quicker if we were able to do it the way that I was suggesting. But the other... I've been asking for the ability to do multi-selection for a long time. So... I don't think that SI necessarily remembers me asking for that. But... once upon a time, he was really committed to trying to get a lot of work done on his... newfangled features. Does not appear to be the case anymore, but... So I see you discovered some cringe this fine morning. It's still something I'm getting used to, but I think it'll be way better, yeah. Especially when you combine it with the mini tile painting in the main window that we've got going on now. I think that'll be a big key feature. Oh yeah, forgot that that's off for some reason. Cringe Creations. Starred at Cringe Satyrs, dude. Look the fuck out, as Jordan Peterson once said. I feel like I'm getting quieter, I don't know why. It's only based on what I'm hearing from the mic. So, probably not correct. That being said, I am getting my new one soon. I mean, I can do that next. I am actually waiting for the microphone so that when I do play that, which I assume I'll be playing for a lot longer than the other stuff that I've been one and doneing. My thought process is I want to make sure that that playthrough has consistent audio. And so I want to wait until next week to start that because my microphone, or my front end for my microphone is coming, should be coming soon. So, for now, we'll still be suffering through some junk, I think. But, who knows? I actually wasn't even sure what I was going to play next. So I'll probably have time today to play something if I want to. But I might decide to put out some more... like another Counter-Strike video, maybe? Something like that. Still not sure. I haven't done one of those in a while. Yeah, the only pang of regret that I ever have with stuff like that when I'm abandoning productions that early is, like, I wonder sometimes if I'm missing out on some real insanity. Like, for all I know, some of the later maps, such as that installation map that was coming up, would have been hilarious. But maybe I'll end up going back to it. I mean, there's nothing that says I can't. It's just that right now I don't have immediate interest in moving forward with it. Though as time goes on, it reduces the likelihood of me grabbing it again, of course. I missed a spot. Yeah, I'm not... Thankfully, I was able to one and done that one. I literally can't go back to that one. Oh no, star edit. Oh, in Clan Wars? Yeah, I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I have no idea. I could not tell you about that one. Beyond agreeing with you that it seems psychotic. I wouldn't have to do this for every single ramp I wanted to place. You know what I mean? SMH. Oh yeah, I still have to make reverse ramps compatible with dirt. SMH. Double SMH, as a matter of fact. I wonder if I should even bother with crevices for man-made, like, artificial shit, like asphalt, structure, installation stuff. I feel like I should. Wouldn't be that difficult to put in some, like, dirt or whatever. In fact, I could probably just do that with the current masking I have now in the PSD, but something about it seems off to me still. It's like, that's the kind of really subtle line that I would draw as far as trying to make, trying to contribute, I guess, to the realism or sense of immersion. It's like if you see some tiles and they don't feel like they belong, it does break immersion by definition, so. Mineral plot holes, actually. Trying to think of a synonym to a particular word here. Hey. That is confusing to me. Why is that like that? I must still have the stuff disabled. Time to open up. Actually. You know, I do unironically wonder why people profess their porn addictions publicly. Like, how has that been something that we just take for granted and celebrate? Question mark? There we go. Now, apparently adding directory now works in the latest PyMPQ, which is nice. It doesn't do it in the stupid way that it used to. Veek fixed that as well, so that's pretty cool. Props to him. Alright, minimize. Hell yeah. I mean, who wouldn't? It's been a feature. The funniest thing was when Veek was like talking about how he said something like he was talking to me about the issues that he was facing when he was like sending me some pre-release builds last night, and he was like, "Oh, it's broken because I am an idiot," and I had to comment like, "You're casually implementing features that have been desired for literally years in about 3 hours." But yes, you are an idiot. Like, give yourself a little slack there, man. It's ridiculous. That being said, that is identical to what I do, so I can't really be too hard on the guy. Well, actually, for the interiors here, I can do something a little different, I think. Yeah, I mean, iQuare himself also was like not really that interested in sifting through trying to update stuff, so... And judging from what Veek has said, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's very probable nobody wants to touch this fucking code. Just some, get a feeling, you know? Yes. Yeah, no kidding. You did do some updates that were really useful. Even, like, changing the colors so that they were correct was really nice. Like, I think it was the orange color for medium height that was, like, almost unreadable. Alright. Just don't start talking like Chris, okay? Did I get everything on the outside? I'm actually kind of confused why Mesk is making that video. Maybe he hopes that it will result in destruction of a man. I'm not sure. Might have fucked up with the tile there. What do you guys think? Doesn't quite seem right. That's okay. It's super easy to fix that now that I have my own setup here. This is quite the jigsaw puzzle. And I have to do another one after. Which I imagine will mostly be copy-pasting and changing some small set of things. Oh, wait. That's definitely not the right one. Holy moly. This will be a nice demo for a few things. For one, it'll be a nice sandbox for me to practice doing some voice acting with the new microphone once that stuff comes in for me to use. And for another, it'll be a nice way to get back into working on AI. Basically, map crap without actually having map crap. I'm actually not even sure if this will work, because it was rotational XY symmetry, so... Oh, it was just XY symmetry, I guess. We'll find out. Oh yeah, I guess it does. We'll just have to mirror the interior. I wonder if it even makes sense to mirror them, because they would be on the flimsier wall. I guess the actual way to mirror this would be to have them facing the other way, so that they would be over here. Like on the opposite wall. But I can't show that, so I guess we'll leave it at that. That's fine. I'll fuck around with that more later if I feel I need to. Oh yeah, that was another thing I was going to try to do. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's a limit to how many create unit with properties you can include in a game, aren't there? It's like 64 or something. Dude, that is insane. I can't believe that's a limitation of the game. Like, why? Of all the things to limit, you pick that. Good job, dude. I also can't wait. I really hope that Vik is able to implement the removing unused megatile thing. I know that's going to be like probably one of the most challenging aspects of the whole ordeal, but if he's able to do that, that will be so huge for development. It'll reduce the file size and memory imprint of the program while it's running, for one, so it'll make it actually much easier to use in general. But it'll also reduce file size in the MPQ, and it will remove any danger of hitting a limit, and basically it'll lower the barrier of entry. Like right now, in order to, or not the barrier of entry, but like the margin of error will be increased, because right now, if you are trying to import something just to preview how it looks in game, like for example, you're trying to import something for the sake of testing color cycling to make sure that you got all the cycling colors, or just seeing if, you know, it actually matches in an environment that maybe is a lot more arduous to set up in Photoshop than in theory it would be to import into the game. And then you have to re-import over that. In order to safely re-import over everything, you can't reuse the tiles. So you have to, you know, have basically an entire, whatever you were initially importing has to be double the imprint. And that is just a no-go, you know what I mean? Even if you could just, like, make the program use those IDs first, the IDs that are not currently active in groups being marked as writable for future imports would be just, even that would fix it. And that hopefully is not nearly as convoluted as the main process. But even that would help, you know? Does PyMPQ still Fagudo screenshots itself for using backspace when renaming files? I don't know about that one. I can test it out for you. Doesn't seem like it. Was it delete instead? It deletes the file? Or... oh yeah. I can't even use it anymore. I think. I can't select anything anymore. It's delete. When you use delete, it brick walls. With silent error, of course. I forwarded it to Veek anyway. You can take a look at it when he has some more time. In the meantime, I'll see if I can trigger an actual error message. So it doesn't seem likely. Thinking about making some more subtiles, like more centerpiece tiles for stuff like the installation stuff that only has like 1 or 2 variants in most cases. I think the substructure plating has a few, and substructure panels has a few, but roof and floor don't have any, which is very unfortunate. The fuck? Dude, what? Don't do that. Alright. Whoa. That was trippy. Well, we don't really exactly have an outline, but it's still a stopping point for right now because I gotta use the bathroom BRB. You know what I mean? Did a lot in that minute or two that I was gone. I put a load of laundry in. I watched my dog spin. And there was something else that I did. I think that was it though. Oh yeah, I went to the bathroom. That was the original reason I left. Then I remembered I have to do laundry. Been watching a lot of movies lately. I think I talked a while ago how I watched Day of the Dead, which is a very old-timey movie. Not very, I guess, but it was 80s. That's what it was. That was last week. I also watched Overlord last week, which is great because it's, of course, iQuare's project name. Pretty epic. And both of those movies were pretty good, I guess. Overlord was like a little eye-rolly at times. And I'll say that the Day of the Dead characters were very cartoony, but it still held my attention. So there's that, I guess. No, it was a movie. Released in, I think, 2018 or 2019. It was surprisingly not schlock. Not. It played itself very straight, like it took itself seriously, but not like in a way that you just like knew that the characters weren't taking the piss out of the premise. Like the characters acted like some characters might, like real humans might, which made it somewhat compelling, despite the insanity of the premise. Which, if you don't know, is about Nazi zombies. But it's surprisingly not about Nazi zombies, without giving too much away, if you haven't seen it and you're interested. It's like, that's the premise, but that's not? Like, it's sort of like when, like, apparently the movie The Arrival, or whatever it's called, is kind of like this too, where it's about aliens. But it's not about aliens, it's about humanity and learning to communicate, or, like, how humans deal with problems. And they're using, like, the premise of aliens arriving, based on the name, obviously. It's not really giving away any spoilers. They base it sort of off that. And so Overlord is like, that's the premise, has to do with Nazi zombies, but it's not about Nazi zombies. It's more like about the characters that respond to those events. Oh, cool. And thank you for DMing me these so I didn't have to suffer through trying to download them from Mega, which is very unreliable for other... I can download anything off of my drive, but nothing off of anybody else's drive. Don't know why. Really fucking befools me. Alright, let's fire this up and see what we got here. looks like you can still paint some bizarre shit. Alright. We're gonna have a talking to. I remember when PQ updated this stuff, so instead of it being fixed, it just stretched pointlessly. Look at all the empty space on my screen, god damn it. Can I still control? Oh, okay. Well, I think we might need zoom too, just because I can't see what the fuck I'm doing. Also, I have to manually click on another mega tile instead of being able to drag it around. But obviously this is way faster than what we were dealing with before, so I'll give you that much. This is so much faster by comparison. Like, holy moly. Like, obviously it'll take some getting used to, but I still think Zoom X2 would be useful in this case. It is much more precise, though. I'll give you that. You fixed that real quick. Null tiles are ignored by the overlay, but I can still paint them, as you can see in the right. They just don't show up. What do you mean by auto select? Oh wait, I think I know what you mean. Like auto moves on to the next tile that you were talking about? Or that I was just talking about, rather? Well, one technique I'm already figuring out about is being able to right-click to select a tile so that I can then left-click to move around with it if I need to do something like that. But yeah, this is super easy compared to what we had to do before. Would be awesome if you could make it so that we could click and drag to get anywhere we needed to get, but I understand if that's too much of a tism. But yeah, I definitely think the zoom is necessary based on this. Oops. Dude, this feels so nice to be able to do. Holy moly. So much faster than everything we were doing before. It is a lot easier to get lost in whatever you're doing at any given time. Yeah. The thing is, I think if you make the color squares any smaller than they are in the main window, it becomes kind of difficult to see what things are. I mean, at the very least with green and red, it's super easy. But with height, I imagine things getting very confusing very quickly. But this looks great, man. I can actually easily preview everything that I'm looking at. And I can just do this. We have reached the fucking promised land of being able to actually use our own tools. Holy moly. What an epic revelation. Good fucking job, man. And from what I remember you saying just a second ago, you also fixed some crash when clicking one of the buttons for whatever it was. It does save very slowly, unfortunately. But... I feel like that's too small for what we're looking for, what you just DM'd me. Here, DF, you can take a look at it too. This is what Veek proposes as a replacement. Like, I guess I can sort of see what's going on more, but it's still, because there's so much data in one look, it is difficult to figure it out. I would look at the height values of something like these ramps and try it, like, use that as your preview, V, because that'll be... Alright, here's some more detail with the rocks. It does look a little bit better in this preview with just walkability because you only have 2 color tones. That's kind of what I theorized, is like it's probably fine with 2 color tones being smaller. But with height values where you've got like different colors, different color combinations happening, it's going to be difficult to keep track of stuff. I'm not even really sure what you would do here. I think we should experiment with a 2x zoom, even though it's probably really asinine to code on your end. Just to see if that will help resolve some things. As of right now, what I'm doing a lot is like selecting the tile with like a right click for medium ground or a middle click for high ground, just so I don't accidentally write to it. And then I look at the tile up here, and then I do my fine detailing. At that point, It's kind of similar. Like, we're still getting a good preview at the very least, but it is kind of similar to what I was doing before. It's like, to get the detail work done, I still need to go look to the right. I don't think that will change with the new setup that you put together. Yeah, you can try Veek's suggestion as well of making the square be 1 pixel smaller on all sides. That might also work. I'm not sure. Also, there is a pretty big lag time for when we switch between W. Like, it's a solid... almost a whole second, I think. Yeah, sometimes it's more than 1 second of switching between these views. I'm not sure if there's really anything that can be done about that, but... Oh, it's re-rendering the tiles too? Yeah, that probably has something to do with that. I still can't get over how much easier this is, though, even with all of my current gripes. It is still fucking infinitely easier. That, and we can actually preview the changes, too. Like, there's no fucking contest, man. This is way better than what we were dealing with before. What even is this? Dried mud crevices by the looks of it. It looks like when I untick show many tile flags, it also unticks paint many tile flags, and I have to retick it every time I click it again. If you could fix that too. Obviously, if you're disabling show many tile flags, you shouldn't be painting many tile flags. But being able to... maybe just make it so that you can still paint it even if you can't show it, honestly, and then just make it so that somebody has to disable both manually. Alright, DF, here's your version tested. Can you send us some screenshots of, like, ramps and doodads and stuff? With height and with walkability? My camera has some delay. I don't know about that one. Do you mean motion blur or something? Yeah, I would say this still doesn't look very good. But, sorry, I got distracted by my camera reports. I was trying to look into that. Is the audio playing at a different speed? Is that what you mean? Like there's audio delay? Oh. that's probably, like, occasionally stuff like that will happen, and it's just like a temporary CPU spike or something. I'm not sure what is the cause of that. Yeah, this still looks very difficult to read. I don't know. That's where I think, like, maybe we just stick with the current implementation and we do the 2x zoom. Here's, like, the ramps, for example. I mean, the bridges. Yeah, I would say 2x zoom is probably the way to go, judging by all the experimentation we've done here. Although DF still has more ideas for you to look at. Dashed lines for the squares. I don't know if that's feasible for you to implement, but... it's not updating for when I Control Shift H to write the whole thing, just so you know. I mean, technically, it's not that difficult to just do this instead, but thought I would bring that up. My next dream will be group selecting these so that I can just do it once. Do the unbuildable declaration once. Just group select the entire fucking thing. Well, take a look before you tell me all about. Oh, never mind. You're telling me something different. Well, DF was talking about dashed lines, as in every second pixel is invisible, revealing terrain pixels. I'm not sure if that would really be possible in the context of this, but. Being able to set multiple tiles to null would also be great. What is 1 minute of work? And what shortcut are you talking about? Sorry, I don't know what feature. I rattled off like 3 different things there, so I don't know what you're talking about specifically. No, I wanted the ability to select multiple megatiles, as well as multiple megatile groups. But if you want to specifically add a tile that is, or a command that's like that, it should probably be, I don't know, it should be something, but I don't know what it would be. Specifically making tiles null. I have no idea, actually. This is still pretty unreadable for me. Though I did just accidentally test whether or not the change went through to stop null tiles from being rendered. So there's that. I mean, not rendered. Affected. Multi-selection would allow me to select multiple groups and make them all unbuildable, or select multiple megatiles and make them all null tiles, or select multiple megatiles and thus be able to paint mini-tile flags on all of them in theory. Though that's theoretical. I don't know if that functionality would actually carry over. But it sounds like it might. I think one issue I am struggling with is figuring out where the mega tiles themselves actually become separate. But maybe I'll get better at that over time, I don't know. Oh, welcome back, Mage. How are you? Oh, right, yeah. That is another concern. I have not tested that. I guess I can do that momentarily here. Seems like I'm getting lag moving from one area to the next here, one tile to the next sometimes. Not sure what's up with that. It does seem like performance is the biggest thing that's holding us back right now. Well, not the biggest thing holding us back, but a thing holding us back. Saving and rendering and all that shit. In fact, I wonder if we would get better saving. Like, obviously, scrolling is way smoother without those mega tile previews, but I wonder if we would get better saving speeds from, like, if we turned off the mega tile shit. Oh, that's okay. Or the mini tile shit, I should say. Finding some way to copy and paste would be epic too, but I'm not sure. I don't have any real ideas for that. Yeah, in this case, the green dots are showing pathability. It's like what areas of the tile are pathable. They used to be boxes. We're testing this change now. Well, the only reason I postulated that it might is because everything else improved when I toggled that stuff off. I wonder if it would be too noisy to add some sort of end of tile indicator. Or edge of tile, perhaps. Oh, okay. You're reading my mind over here. At some point, you're going to make some tile set work yourself, or you're going to add or change some pathing flags or something. Something is going to happen, and you're going to be very happy that you did all this work. That's all I'll say. I am straining quite a bit to see some of these dots. That much seems certain. Now, you said something about not knowing how you were going to be able to render the tiles at 2x, like a 2x zoom of some kind. I'm not sure why that would be a problem, because there's already code for that for the view to the right. So, like, what specifically would be the issue with just appropriating that code? Is there an issue with doing that for the megatile view? Just looking at how PQ put that together. Because this is at least 2x zoom, if not more. So I would assume that there's some sort of something going on there. Oh, okay. I thought you already had, like, that was an obvious thing for me, so I just assumed that that's how you would do it. And that you tried doing that and it didn't work. Well, all right. Got ourselves an actual tile editor, boys. I didn't think it was possible. But here we are. We got something going on. I think maybe if you were able to, like, add group selection or something, maybe it could be possible to grab the, to import megatile flags from the main window instead of having to go into a new view. That might be really epic, honestly, if you could do that. That would be nice. But it seems kind of unlikely based on what I know. Did you send it to me? Doesn't look like it yet. I think regardless of what you do for rendering, 2x is going to be required, so... At the very least, some sort of investigation into how it might work would be warranted, I think. Listen, I need it. I'm pretty sure I need it, but alright. Yeah, this would be double zoom, and it's way more readable. Holy moly. Well, I think if you could handle horizontal scrolling, for sure, that would be nice. But in full screen, you can double zoom and then just move this shit to a more reasonable space. Look at all the empty space I have over here. You can condense all of that to the right, and then make this a double zoom area. In my opinion. I don't think that would be a problem at all. I still am very surprised at how memory inefficient these Python programs are. Which is really not your fault, obviously, but still impressive to me, nonetheless. Listen, you already did what I didn't even think would ever happen, which is you implemented reasonable painting in the main window. So, on the one hand, I think you can do anything. On the other hand, I understand if you're burnt out for now. But I believe in you. And you did a fucking bang-up job on the first round of stuff, so... This set of tiles has gone through so many revisions down the years. Which is weird because it's pretty much the most flexible set. Jungle / Badlands has always been super flexible. So, kind of strange to me. That's where we wound up. But here we are. Out with the you, in with the me. You know what I mean? Can you believe it, DF? Can you believe we're so close to having what we could only dream of years ago? Let's take a look. Oh, I don't know how I managed that one. That was epic. The hell? You made him even tinier. I didn't think that was gonna happen. I suppose it does work better, but my flags appear to be disappearing all the time for some reason. I'm not sure what's up with that. Looks like just a rendering issue. Yeah. Again, I think it's a little challenging because there's even less surface area now, so it's very challenging for me to read them against certain backdrops. For example, this seems more like a bug than anything, but like some areas just don't seem to even have flags until you select them. So there's some render issue happening there. So yeah, I would say I still can't really tell what the fuck is happening, unfortunately. But I don't know what the render issue is where it's just vanishing them from existence. Thanks. It is pretty cool, I think. I think I attempted to use this in some Starcraft map crap at some point. Might have been background music for my full toilet submission. I don't remember. Aha! Your reward, sir, for conquering resistance. I really just need to re-import the whole thing with the higher terrain values, to be honest. This is ridiculous. Oh, okay. DF putting in the hard yards. Actually, for this map, I might end up finally making the full terrain, like dirt cliff suite for Jungle Badlands. That will have recolored higher tiles so that you're more immediately aware of what height level you're at. I managed to pull that one off. Yeah, sure. As long as I can also just type in whatever specific height I'm looking for at the time, as well as being able to slide. So that there's like precision within the control. I think that would be ideal. should rename this lovely stream Men versus Tileset, as we are united against the Tileset. Also, holy shit, is it really only 12? I mean, almost 1, but I feel like I've been streaming for way longer than 2 hours, 45 minutes. It's always nice when you've realized you got way more time to get more work done. Okay, bye. Can't believe I actually will get CTE or arthritis or something for modding. Ridiculous. TBH. What's up, Iquare? Well, I wholeheartedly agree with that one, for sure. Okay. I would prefer a more modern architecture as opposed to the temple stuff, because the temple stuff is already kind of there. But I guess some sort of interior temple or whatever would be kind of neat, I suppose. Like, basically, like, we have the temple cliff. If we just make that merge with a different subtile that is not ruins, but it's like actually temple tiles, similar to roof or structure, then that would be pretty useful, I think. So like something like basically a lower tile, like the temple tile, the middle tile would still be like the higher ground, but then below it, like basically instead of like a corollary to substructure that the roof could be blending with. Would be really nice, I think. Cool. You said after that there's not much left or something before you can start working on your maps and scripts? Cool. Glad to hear you're making some progress. Is there any ETA on the changes to AI attack move and the town state additions for mining off and worker off? Specifically, the town state editions are really holding me back right now, but... Yeah, nice break from Overlord. Indeed. Gotta love it. Well, whenever you can, I can't really do anything with AI until those issues are fixed, so... And I am definitely itching to work on some more AI. Just can't justify the experimentation when I know for a fact none of it's going to be worthwhile until those issues are resolved. Yeah, it's everything in the Hydra task list that is italicized is critical, and has been for, I think, a few months now. At least a month. My time management or time memory is not what it once was, so I might be overestimating how much time has gone by.
Time to look very closely.
Can't do that. Is that really all we have? Yeah, but I haven't written pseudocode for that yet. So, what do we got here? This first one, drone unit mover functionality, obviously that's not something that you can do right now until I finish my pseudocode, because that's related to the stacking. Worker assignments per town is a paramount thing. That's the town jump. I guess what I can do is I can edit this. I don't know why it keeps signing me out. I'm really not sure what's up with that. Trying to see if there's anything else that I want to fill in there. But yeah, the turn off worker assignments per town is basically the town state worker command to toggle whether workers are assigned to the town. I already did pseudocode for the functions that you said you needed for that. Otherwise, it's build queue and attack jump, which I do have documentation for. Build queue and attack jump are right below the town state documentation if you need that. Base layout functionality for morphs and add-ons are obviously pretty high profile. I don't know what you need for that for pseudocode. It's probably similar to the drone unit mover thing. And these bottom three would be awesome to have, but I don't know what's if you have everything you need for those. The fixing for fixing workers idling when assigned to towns with no satisfiable requests. This is actually related to the. I mean, it's sort of like a workaround is turning off workers for this. But if, for example, I've noticed this behavior when I have a town that's set to town persist. There's always one worker assigned to it, and then it doesn't have any requests yet. So the worker will just sit there doing nothing. They won't mine. They just won't do anything. Obviously, that's a problem. So because the town center that is the resource depot or drop-off point is assigned to a different town, so they don't belong to that town, so they don't mine, which is really weird. Obviously, overbuilding player need requests is a long-standing issue. Once we have build queue, it probably won't matter, but would be nice to fix anyway. It won't matter as much, I should say. Player need will still be useful in some cases. Unit mover functionality for players I know is related to the drone unit mover functionality, which is one of the reasons why we got to remove AI stacking and stuff. That's something that I'll handle when I finish the requisite pseudocode. Disabling mischance in all contexts, range increase per height level difference. These two things are in tandem. We definitely need these. And workers losing collision when moving to harvest or return resources. Yeah, so basically everything that's underlined as well is really ideal. Like, it's not essential, but it's really important. So. You said you were working on the ability to set unit responses for units with IDs greater than 105. Which is the Vorvaling, Uraj, and Basilisk Callus bug. Sorry. That was something that you were mentioning you were working on, so if you've done that, then I can just implement that right now. Otherwise, I guess I'll, in this edit, I will... Alright, so I just edited that a little bit. Made it a little bit more clear. That might be the only thing we can do, though. Until MapQuare comes out, anyway. Like, until MapQuare actually is fully fleshed out. Also, is your, the library you're using, Qt, is that open source or no? Because that might come back to bite you in the ass if it isn't. Oh, nice. The fuck? Accidentally symmetry. Still very slow goings over here trying to figure some of this stuff out. Plan out this layout. Well, I'm gonna go see what's going on, BRB. All right, where were we? Trying to get this map working. I'm still trying to decide exactly how I want to handle this one. I might end up reworking this so that the this longer stretch over here is out to a different angle or something. I don't know. I know where 2 players are going to end up, but I don't know where the other 2 are. One could be in the hills, I guess, and the other could be down here. Oh yeah, actually, I think that might make more sense. Guess I'll just settle for this one. For now. I do have to wonder if there's any merit to adding additional tile types to some of these tile sets. Even if I had ideas for them, I'm not convinced I would be able to deliver upon them, but... So yeah, one of the concepts I had here obviously was related to these weird fucking set piece things in the middle. I might open that up a little bit to make it a bit more playable as far as the gameplay area is concerned. Right now it's basically just serving as a swath of inaccessible terrain, but as well as visual storytelling or placeholder visual storytelling. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I want to do with that per se yet. But another concept I had was the idea that basically the installation stuff would be symmetrical in nature, with everything else being significantly different. Like, obviously there's not going to be any corollary analog to this hill area. There will be something completely distinct. And I might even modify the symmetry to make it a bit more asymmetrical in terms of where the first player and the third player are. But obviously the asymmetry will come in the form of these two players being completely distinct. So the main idea I have right now is that there's going to be a natural over here that's fairly open to attacks, but in theory you could at least defend the mineral line very easily from up here. I'm not 100% sure about that. Obviously, I still haven't figured out what I want to do as far as constructing the rest of this goes. I was debating whether or not I wanted to go for a much more urban-centric environment where it actually is blending with asphalt instead of dirt. I think instead I'll just have pockets of asphalt. No pockets of structure, most likely, but pockets of asphalt throughout the map. A lot more cliffs, I guess, like a lot more like sparse hills and stuff. Fucking around with the Z. It's on the tip of my tongue here. I'm trying to think of a word. As far as where the resources are going to be allocated over here, I'm really not sold either yet. I was thinking, at first I was thinking, all right, just have them on the medium ground, and then I was thinking maybe put them on the low ground and have a ramp over there, or something like that, and then the base starts out on the high ground or something, which would add another layer of strange to it. But now I'm thinking either all on the low ground or all on the medium ground, and we can play around with the idea of resources at a different height level, up a ramp or whatever, a little bit later on, either in this map or in another map, but like not for the mains, I don't think. I think the mains are fine to be basic. I actually think them overlooking this cliff over here would be fine in this case, like overlooking the back end over here that you see. My load of laundry is almost done. In more mundane news, Really was not able to make up my mind about those, for whatever reason. One thing I am thinking about, actually, is since this base... Well, since the players that you are going to be facing off against on the top half of the map are supposed to have been here for a little bit. Not a huge amount of time as far as militarily speaking, but they should have been mining for a little while. At least one of them. The analog to you on this side is going to be like that. The purple and blue players are going to have arrived at pretty much at the same time as you did. I think maybe I'll even make the purple player arrive like a few minutes in, and the blue player, who is your ally, will be there for a while. That's what I think, anyway. But as far as over here is concerned, I was thinking of actually making it so that the teal player in the top right, who obviously colors aren't final, will have less resources, less starting resources than you, and you will, so that they'll actually have a more defensible natural and a more defensible base area in general, thanks to the cliffs, and thanks to their ally holding the cliffs. But the trade-off is they start out with less resources than you do, and as a result, you're going to have more ability to one-base it, more ability to turtle off of one base and make a decided early-game push if you want to. You'll still be obviously encouraged to expand, but these guys will basically have to. And so that's like it is a gimmick in a sense, right? It's a wrinkle, something non-standard. But I think it could work in theory, so I'm still trying to figure that one out, but that's what an idea I'm playing around with anyway. Yeah, well, it's just using the Hydra tech tree for now. It's the series of maps is called Deerfucker. Deerfucker is an experiment in having a narrative without hero units. So it's like Total Deer, Conspiracy. The placeholder voice acting I have for the guy is like that really deep voiced guy.
And you, even on the eve of your birth, you challenged a god for his deer. I'll bet you haven't even seen a deer before.
It's that guy, Littleman. Which one is currently in the lead, man or tileset? Well, men, actually. It should be men. I forgot to change it. Veek has been really smashing out some updates to PyTILE, so we are... That's the tileset editor. We are in the fucking lead here, definitively. I don't know about that one. I actually haven't decided what his form is going to be just yet. But... Everything's very much a placeholder. It's like highly experimental shit that I don't really have an idea about yet. But hey, if you want to do some concept art for him, feel fucking free. What's up, Bale? I kind of imagine Littleman as not necessarily formless, or I don't know. I just imagine, like, well, to be honest, you'll see why, but him having a distinct form would be more feasible after this mission anyway, based on what he's going for. Without saying too much, the map is called Skinmaker for a reason. The Skinmaker. Hello, Patrick. How are things? So we have one. There's one more than that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Still haven't decided exactly what I want to use this for, but I think it'll mostly be for like large-scale amounts of production structures, because this area is going to have a lot less build space in general, even if it's, in theory, going to be. Just gonna block out where I want the build space to not be. But, I'm not even sure what I want to use as far as stuff that will block build space. But What a disaster. So maybe what we'll do here is we'll trim down a little bit on the terrain that will end up being unbuildable. We'll just have that be part of over here or something. And you like that one? You had to watch the video, which unfortunately I'm pretty sure doesn't exist anymore, but it was something to the effect, like it was literally like he typed and then pressed enter. And for some reason, like, it went way faster in the video, but for some reason that really destroyed me. I was like, holy fuck. Well, no. Somebody else whispered him something legitimate, and that was what he replied with. It might not have actually been AIDS for all I remember, but it was. He asked some question and did that with the question mark. I'll just make this some terrain, I think. I really should just take this whole thing and, like... so that stops happening. Disaster. I kind of wish there was... Well, I definitely wish there was more than 3 fucking height levels, but I kind of wish there was like some tile that worked similar to Sunken Jungle does in Jungle now, thanks to DF. Or something else. Though at the same time, there's like tons of other issues. Like, I would like, for example, geysers to... like, for me to be able to change the image of geysers and minerals depending on the tile that they were on. But I don't actually know how that would work. So... suppose I will have to consider that one. But anyway, we have something going on here. Obviously, we don't really have a good spot for the other 2 players yet as far as like resources, especially the bottom right. I have pretty much nothing developed over there. I kind of want the middle of the map to feel very unwelcome, though. Like, you're going to have to path through it, most likely. Whether or not it will even include resource areas is something I'm not yet decided upon, as a matter of fact. Like, it certainly could. Maybe it even should, but... I'm just not 100% sure what I want out of it yet. Eventually, when we don't have any unit limits in terms of how many units we can put into the data editor, we'll be sitting pretty, I think. We can just add a new geyser. I just remembered another thing that I saw in that thread was something to the effect of everything is art, or just destroyed me. Why even bother having definitions? Yeah, I think if we focus on making this area of the map kind of unwelcoming, like I was describing earlier, that would be pretty useful. Don't say that. UED already posted that. Speaking of UED, I actually have not seen him on a stream in a while. Wonder how he's doing. I did speak to Connor a while ago. He's doing okay. Feeling burnt out about some shit, I guess, so it's taking some personal time. No idea about you, Commander. Great, more of this. Forgot to slap this together. Dude, what? The ever-expanding monkey paw. We have to do a lot of research on that. It's not documented anywhere, and apparently the way to test it is really asinine. On the order of basically, like, making a map, and then making a copy of that map, and placing one isometric tile somewhere, and then comparing the differences of the map on, like, binary data or whatever, and, like, seeing how that works, and, like, doing that a lot for a bunch of different tile combinations. That's what he told me the method of deconstruction for that would look like. I don't think he has it. Anyway, we've got something of a layout here. Still figuring out exactly what I'm going to do with it, but definitely need to flesh out the bottom, of course. Yeah, I think he's hooking into the way that, like, the functions without understanding them or something. I don't know. Like, we don't even have function addresses for them that I could, in theory, reverse engineer or something. So. Is there a reason why? Is it related to PQ's implementation or something? You might just have to settle for a 2x. And copy and paste whatever he used for the other one, the mega tile. Anyway, I gotta bail. Feel free to continue DMing me with whatever, or posting with whatever in various forums or sections of the area. Fine by me. I'm gonna go get my laundry out of there and take a walk and probably make a CSGO map analysis video. The first time in a while. Oh, nice. That's pretty epic. Well, good luck, man. For all our sake. And, yeah. I'll see you guys. I'll upload some stuff today. The CSGO map analysis video among them. We'll see what else happens. I might have time to fuck around with the retrospective of the FPS games with Dynamo. Otherwise, maybe another Brood War fuck around video. And, yeah. We'll see what happens anyway. Bye. Thanks, Veek, for all your work.